I won't sit back. Take this city. Hang on a second. Let me Okay. All right. Oh, that's on. Okay, that's too much of that. There we go. Under control. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see if anyone's around. Just me. Oh, I can hear myself. All right. Oh, hello, serial designation. Welcome to the stream. Hey. I am about to start. Well, first, before I even start sketching the new pages, I'm going to be finishing designing this new Sunka. He is a thorn brood, part Nahulo, So he'll be an interesting one. They don't necessarily have to be all with any specks of white. So, but he's around. I think he had to be a thorn brood just because I don't think I had Emmett going to the thorn. I hope you know what I'm talking about. You're not Kubus, are you? You wouldn't be Kubus. I'm always on the lookout for Kubus's return. Sad. I'm gonna put on my headphones because YouTube is very particular about music. I kind of hate that it makes story. I can't share the music. Maybe when more people show up, I will turn sound on and just give up on YouTube. But for now, I'm gonna listen to it to myself and not have to worry about that. I realize there's no reason for this water bottle to be back here. It doesn't add. Is it November? My calendar has not been changed. I need to. I feel so bad with that because like I have a really cool calendar and not changing it means I still want to enjoy the calendar. All right. Getting situated. Realizing my tables in the background can. All right. I'm trying to think of what I want to listen to while I work. You know what I can do? You know what? Since I'm not in the mood for music, we can actually listen to something together. Let's listen to Miracles.
Ocean, a dome of white radiance, should smuggle in ideas of inertia or vacuity, emptiness. The stillness in which the mystics approach him is intent and alert, at the opposite pole from sleep or reverie. God isn't this resting, distant, disconnected thing. Whenever the mystics, when he's saying the mystics, he's not meaning it in the way we were just talking about it in a negative sense earlier. He's meaning the wise men of the past. Whenever they approached God, they did it with heightened attention and alertness. You can think of Moses. You can think of Samuel. You can think of the high priest approaching God. They didn't do it as though they were approaching a sleeping giant. They did it as though they were approaching facthood itself. They are becoming like him, Lewis says. Silences in the physical world occur in empty places, but the ultimate peace is silent through very density of life. Saying is swallowed up in being. There is no movement because his action, which is himself, is timeless. You might, if you wished, call it movement at an infinite speed, which is the same thing as rest, but reached by a different, perhaps a less misleading way of approach. Men are reluctant to pass over from the notion of an abstract and negative deity to the living God. I do not wonder here. Here lies the deepest taproot of pantheism and of the objection to traditional imagery. It was hated not at bottom because it pictured him as man, but because it pictured him as king, or even as warrior. The pantheist's God does nothing, demands nothing. He is there if you wish for him, like a book on a shelf. He will not pursue you. There is no danger that at any time heaven and earth should flee away at his glance. If he were the truth, then we could really say that all the Christian images of kingship were a historical accident of which our religion ought to be cleansed. It is with a shock that we discover them to be indispensable. You have a shock like that before in connection with smaller matters. When the line pulls at your hand, when something breathes beside you in the darkness. So here, the shock comes at the precise moment when the thrill of life is communicated to us along the clue we have been following. It is always shocking to meet life where we thought we were alone. Look out, we cry. It's alive. And therefore, this is the very point at which so many draw back. I would have done it myself if I could, and proceed no further with Christianity. An impersonal God, well and good. A subjective God of beauty, truth, and goodness inside our own heads, better still. A formless life force surging through us, a vast power which we can tap, best of all. But God himself, alive, pulling at the other end of the cord, perhaps approaching at an infinite speed, the hunter, king, husband. That is quite another matter. There comes a moment when the children who have been playing at burglars hush silently. Was that a real footstep in the hall? There comes a moment when people who have been dabbling in religion, man's search for God, suddenly draw back. Supposing we really found him. We never meant for it to come to that. Worse still, supposing he found us. So it is a sort of Rubicon. One goes across or not. But if one does, there is no manner of security against miracles. One may be in for anything. I couldn't stop reading this and comment on it because I felt like it needed to be read in total. Lewis is talking here about a living God. The difference between a living God, a God who really is, a God who really demands something, a God who really loves, and a God who has not just personality like us, but trans-personality, more than personality, living personality. This is a much different thing, and it's a God that very, very few people want. It's probably a God that nobody wants, because it's a God that terrifies. It's a God that awes. It's a God that demands respect. It's a God that demands fear, in the good sense, right? Not fear like you have of a rattlesnake, but fear that you have of a righteous and holy Father, a Father that deserves your respect, that is competent and loves you. It's that kind of fear. You don't want to disappoint. You don't want to fail under his gaze, right? This is a very different kind of God, and Lewis is like, this is the God we really don't want, which is the God it's why you see so many people reject that sort of God and ultimately embrace a God that's a mystical, pantheistic God, a God that's everything, because a God that's everything demands nothing. A God that's everything has no claim on your behavior. A God that's everything has no distinction.
What are some everyday examples of, things a mystic would say?
Our thoughts and prayers are with you. That's a common one. You hear it a lot from politicians. And I'm not saying every politician that utters it is someone who is a pantheist. But phrases like that are shapeless. There's no edges to them.
You call them platitudes.
There are platitudes, yeah. They're platitudes, they're weak, they're substanceless. And maybe that's the particular realm of the politician. This is what they're good at. They're good at uttering platitudes. But there are, even I'm praying for you can be a platitude, even if it's not coming from a politician. It's, what do we mean by God? What do we mean by that? Is it the truth with a capital T? Is it reason with a capital R? What do we mean by God? Is it a living being that demands something from us? That's the most objectionable God of all, because it's the God that won't leave you alone. It's the God you owe something to. That's why he says a little bit of contrition, a little bit of thankfulness keeps you from that abyss of abstraction. I keep coming back to that. It keeps you from that abyss of abstraction because it focuses your attention on an object, on the positive characteristics of it. Why be thankful? Why be contrite? It's there. in a minor key, but it's there.
Right. Okay. Okay, now that's done. Important business to get to. All right. Next book. Next chapter, not book. I have a candle here I could light, but I don't have a lighter and I'd have to go downstairs and get one. Alright, let's design this character.
Welcome to Just Conversations, where we have conversations just like this. Chapter 12. The Propriety of Miracles. The principle, at the same moment that it explains the rules, supersedes them. This quote from C.W. in a book called Etching. Chapter 16. Lewis begins chapter 12 by saying, if the ultimate fact is not an abstraction but the living God, opaque by the very fullness of his mind.
Oh, this is really quiet.
And he might do things. He might work miracles. But would he? Many people of sincere piety feel that he would not. They think it unworthy of him. It is petty and capricious tyrants who break their own laws. Good and wise kings obey them. Only an incompetent workman will produce work which needs to be interfered with. And people who think in this way are not satisfied by the assurance given them in chapter 8 that miracles do not in fact break the laws of nature. That may be undeniable, but it will still be felt, and justly, that miracles interrupt the orderly march of events, the steady development of nature according to her own inherent genius or character. And you will remember in chapter 8 that Lewis laid out that miracles do not break the laws of nature, because the idea that they break the laws of nature is based on a misconception that the laws are the universe, whereas the things are the universe, the things that make up the universe, the materials that make up the universe. The laws really take over once you have some things there in order for the laws to act upon. He gave an example of some pennies in a drawer. He says if I have 11 pennies in a drawer on Monday, and I remove 3 of them on Tuesday, I should expect to find 8 of them there on Wednesday. This is the law of mathematics, of counting money. That law tells me that that's what should happen. But if I don't have any money, then that law won't produce any money, right? Miracles in chapter 8 are events that are do not break the laws of nature. They're new events that are fed into the cataract of events that are already there in nature. And the laws of nature then take over and absorb that miracle as a new event. You remember he so eloquently said that nature is an accomplished hostess. It's able to receive that miracle and absorb it into the cataract of events that are already taking place. One of the examples might be the virgin birth. So the normal course of events doesn't permit a virgin birth. We know what's necessary for a birth to occur. We know what's necessary for conception to occur. But once the miracle has occurred, the universe rushes to that event and what did he say? It makes that event at home. It makes that miracle at home. The normal laws of gestation take over, and 9 months later a baby is born. Now, the new event that's fed in is the miracle, but it doesn't break any laws. The laws, in fact, take over right away, and the baby is born 9 months later.
So the Messiah magically appearing, let's say at the foot of Mary's bed, would be breaking of the law.
I don't even know that would necessarily be a breaking of the law. That would be like once the baby is there, the laws that govern space and time take over and absorb that event. I think that would be out of the character of God to do such a thing. But the point is that new events fed into nature is able to absorb and make it home, that event. So he says, well, maybe someone isn't convinced by such an event, or isn't convinced by such an argument. It may be undeniable that nature can absorb that new event. But he goes on here, but it will still be felt, and justly, that miracles interrupt the orderly march of events, that steady development of nature according to her own inherent genius and character. And in fact, they do. If left to itself, nature would not have produced this event, the virgin birth, for example. So it does interrupt the flow of nature's ordinary course of events. And this they find intolerable. And he plans to handle that objection in this chapter. He goes on, that regular march seems to such critics as I have in mind more impressive than any miracle. Looking up, like Lucifer in Meredith's sonnet, at the night sky, they feel it almost impious to suppose that God should sometimes unsay what he has once said with such magnificence. This feeling springs from deep and noble sources in the mind and must always be treated with respect. Yet it is, I believe, founded on an error. When schoolboys begin to be taught to make Latin verse at school, they are very properly forbidden to have what is technically called a spondee in the 5th foot. It is a good rule for boys because the normal hexameter does not have a spondee there. If boys were allowed to use this abnormal form, they would be constantly doing it for convenience and might never get the typical music of the hexameter into their heads at all. But when the boys come to read Virgil, they find that Virgil does the very thing they have been forbidden to do. Not very often, but not so very rarely either. In the same way, young people who have just learned how to write English or rhyming verse may be shocked at finding bad rhymes, i.e. half rhymes, in the great poets. Even in carpentry, or car driving, or surgery, there are, I expect, licenses, abnormal ways of doing things, which the master will use himself both safely and judiciously, but which he would think it unwise to teach his pupils. Now, I don't know poetry, like Lewis does. I know who Virgil is, and I've read some, but I don't know it in the way he does. I haven't been trained to write poetry. I haven't been trained to write Latin verse. He says there's something here called the spondy in the fifth foot, a violation of some rule, I imagine. But I can compare this, and while I may not know that rule, and I may not know poetry like that, I can compare this to things that I do know. I like sports, and so one of the things that they'll teach you when you're playing basketball is that you don't jump to pass the ball. Keep your feet planted and pass the ball. And the reason for this is because if you jump, you either have to shoot or pass before you come down, before you land. So once you jump, you're locked into a decision. And if there isn't an open lane to pass it to one of your teammates, you'll turn the ball over, and you may not be in a position to shoot either. So you're locked into this, I've got to do something at this moment. Right? You've got to throw it up. So you're locked into making perhaps a bad decision. So when you're going to pass, keep your feet on the ground, so that if the passing lane you thought was there, you realize isn't there, you can keep the ball without having to make a bad decision, without being forced into making a bad decision. The same is true in football. I'll tell the quarterback, when you're running to the right, don't throw back across your body to the left. This is because interceptions are prone to happen in this way. Turnovers are prone to happen in this way. And yet, if you watch the great masters of these sports, say with basketball, someone like John Stockton, who was a great passer of the basketball, you'll find him doing exactly this thing. He will jump to pass the ball down. Most of the time he isn't. Most of the time he will pass while his feet are on the ground. But sometimes he does. And you don't think anything of it. Same with the great passers of football. You take someone like Peyton Manning, a quarterback. He, most of the time, will not run to the right and then throw back to the left. But he does sometimes. And nobody gets onto it for it. Right? But if you were teaching your kid how to pass the basketball or how to throw the football, you would say, don't ever do that. Because if he did, if he was learning to do this thing and he came to rely upon that way of passing the basketball or throwing the football, he might always do that. And it's not something that you can always do, because it will result in bad outcomes. I think that's how I relate to this when Lewis is talking about it. I don't understand poetry like he's talking about, but he doesn't stick to poetry only. He says this is probably true in carpentry and car driving and surgery also. There are ways that the student is taught something, and they're right. They're justly taught, don't do X or Y. But when the master is doing surgery or car driving or carpentry or basketballing, you'll see him doing those things sometimes. Not very often, but not very rarely either. This is how I relate to that concept. But I'm sure this is true of every field of study or every discipline. The master has control in a way that the student doesn't. This chapter starts off with the quote, "The principle at the same moment that it explains the rules supersedes them." There's a higher rule. Right?
It's beautiful.
Yeah, there's a higher rule, and that's what Lewis is talking about. And he's obviously going to relate this to God. Lewis is going to relate this to God, and how God is supposed to have violated a rule that he made when he made the universe. Right? He spoke the universe into existence, and he compares it to a play that I haven't read, or a sonnet that I haven't read by someone named Meredith, where Lucifer looks up at the night sky and finds it irreverent or impious to imagine that God would unsay what he has once said.
What an incredible way to put it, too.
Yeah, because God spoke the universe into existence, much like the clockmaker winds the clock, and lets it run. Right? The clockmaker knows the rules of time and has set the clock to run in such and such a way. What kind of clockmaker would he be if he jumped in there and threw a wrench into it? Right? Made an adjustment after the fact. Would the clock really be running at that point? Would it be running based on the rules that the clockmaker had designed in the first place? And if it wasn't, what kind of clockmaker is he? Is he prone to mistakes? Is he not a very good clockmaker in the first place? These aren't things you would think that someone would be able to say about God. If God is this perfect being, then he's perfect. Why would he need to unsay these things? Lewis goes on and says, now one often finds that the beginner, who has just mastered the strict formal rules, is over punctilious and pedantic about them. And the mere critic, who is never going to begin himself, may be more pedantic still. The classical critics were shocked at the irregularity or licenses of Shakespeare. A stupid schoolboy might think that the abnormal hexameters in Virgil, or the half rhymes in English poets, were due to incompetence. In reality, of course, every one of them is there for a purpose and breaks the superficial regularity of the meter in obedience to a higher and subtler law. Just as the irregularities in the Winter's Tale do not impair, but embody and perfect the inward unity of its spirit. In other words, there are rules behind the rules, and a unity which is deeper than uniformity. A supreme workman will never break by one note or one syllable or one stroke of the brush the living and inward law of the work he is producing, but he will break without scruple any number of those superficial regularities and orthodoxies which little, unimaginative critics mistake for its laws. The extent to which one can distinguish a just license from a mere botch or failure of unity depends on the event to which one has grasped, the extent to which one has grasped the real and inward significance of the work as a whole. If we had grasped as a whole the innermost spirit of that work which God worketh from the beginning to the end, and of which nature is only a part, and perhaps a small part, we should be in a position to decide whether miraculous interruptions of nature's history were mere improprieties unworthy of the great workman, or expressions of the truest and deepest unity in his total work. In fact, of course, we are in no such position. The gap between God's mind and ours must, on any view, be incalculably greater than the gap between Shakespeare's mind and that of the most peddling critics of the old French school. For who can suppose that God's external act, seen from within, would be that same complexity of mathematical relations which nature, scientifically studied, reveals? It is like thinking that a poet builds up his line out of those metrical feet into which we can analyze it, or that living speech takes grammar as its starting point. Now, that's a really good parallel to what Lewis is trying to convey here about God. We're inside nature. Being inside nature, we study. We are left to study nature because it's a mystery to us, or at least many parts of it are. In studying nature, we're studying the mathematical relationships between the things in nature. And that's what these things really boil down to. Whatever field of study in nature boils down to mathematical relationships. Even if it's something, if it's, whether it's physics or biology or economics, zoology, we're talking about mathematical relationships between things, between material. Now, these are noble pursuits. They're noble studies. They produce great things. They often make our lives more convenient, more comfortable. They give us a greater understanding of the world around us, and perhaps even give us a greater understanding of God. But they are not the rules themselves that God is subject to. Those mathematical relationships between objects are not the rules that God is subject to. And to take those rules as...
Alright, the problem here is that now that I have designed the character, I must think. I'm required to think when it comes to the layout of the pages. So, I will put on my thinking hat and take the music and listen to music, because music really helps me with the vibes. I wish I could play it. Oh, the sun feels good here. Ooh. All right. We're on 25. All right. Maka, hello. You see the new character design and the new emote? We had a couple things take priority this morning. Now it's been an hour in. Oof. No. Katawa was with Kiwago and Kiwaga, and he was part of the rescue team. And then after that, he kind of stuck with the Storms. One could argue that he just found himself liking them better. Yes. Also, it should be a guy. Is Katawa a girl's name? I know it ends with A, so this could. I was wondering if it came off like it was a girl, but I'm like, oh no, did I give a hint? Did I say it was? Chest bumping right now. That is the challenge. I did define a chest, so therefore one might think. I clearly went with the Doberman design. One thing I'd like to do maybe a bit more as I design new Sunka in the future is just get some real dog references. I think you can get, real animal. When I based my horse designs on your horses, it was crazy how ridiculous and interesting real patterns are. More so than what I can come up. There's just a real beauty to natural patterning that I think is worth taking reference from. And also gives a sense of verisimilitude. Like, it looks like a real dog design when it's based on real dog patterns, you know? So, I'll take that in mind. I'm really happy that all my social plans lined up this week. So today I am leaving early for Bible study and then a friend hangout. So that's good though, because I had a couple plans this week that involved we're gonna finish watching the Great British Baking Show with some friends of mine, and then the Bible study also, so that would have been 2 days, and instead we could have one day because they line up because the Bible study is at 7 and the British Baking Show is at 8:30, so I can kind of squeeze them both in if I go fast. Yeah, brindle coats. Yeah. I don't know animal stuff. I also think I should reference snake patterns. I think snakes have gorgeous... whenever I get my own place... Snakes. How cold is it over there? And did Vin stay with you? How close is Vin? Yeah, it's cold here. It's got snow somewhere in some places in North Carolina. Apparently in Georgia it snowed. Oh boy, class. Well, you can hang out with me for a few minutes while you get ready for the morning. Yeah, have breakfast and all that. I had some pancakes. Mom had some at 8:50. There were pancakes, so I scarfed them down. Grateful for a breakfast to start the day. It was so fun to make progress like that yesterday. I'm excited about today. We'll see how it goes. A lot of the stuff really is technical, though. The action really have to lock in. Also, fun fact, I'm sure you knew this, but a lot of this fight, the actual battle with Sunka and people, I feel like I didn't really... this wasn't much in the original script, let's just say. And I think it might be some of the cooler parts of the series is the fight. It's a little hard to do, but I originally didn't really have... as you remember, there's a whole whole book added. So you can imagine that I added a lot. And part of that is I feel like if you're going to hype up a sequence with hype something up, you need to follow through with it, you know? Oops. Last night, after you left, some of my friends, some of the ones that were one of them that was nefarious on the server for a while, vegan. He's one of my guys from our college group who got banned from the server for being a little bullying. Let me explain something with him. He's the kind of guy that will adapt and reflect the behavior of whoever is the most ridiculous in the setting. He doesn't instigate that sort of stuff. He just imitates. Anyway, I bring him up because last night him and the guys were live streaming as well, and I went over for a while. They were playing a game with it's the game with you're each like a rabbit, and there's different challenges you have to accomplish a task through teamwork, and things can go really wrong with just one person messing up. So I just have to explain these dynamics. Let me just tell you, I don't know if I can ever... I would love to try and steal... some personalities are just so good, and some combos are just so funny. So let me explain something. I'm just giving you way too much personal lore of people in my life, but... So of these, Super Bunny Man, I don't know, what was it? Let me check. I bet it'll say... Yeah, let me go to the Twitch stream. And then I'll explain why I bring it up. Cause I hate the autoplay. Okay. It was Pico Park. Pico Park. Anyway, I bring it up. Pico Park. Anyway, so I bring it up because, these guys are really, really funny. So I showed up really late. They'd already been playing for a while. So there's one guy in their group. I didn't know about Pico Park until last night. So don't worry. Anyway, I bring it up because the game it's a teamwork game. It's a teamwork game. And one of my, so of this group, so it was him, Eli, and Noah. Noah is the level-headed, do things by the book, right? He's very good. He's a very good guy, and by good, I mean, straightforward, not no nonsense, but he's not one to intentionally annoy people. He's very considerate. And it's really funny to have him paired with Eli and Preston, who are both menaces to some extent. He set himself up, and he knows that too. That's the funny thing. So he's playing this game with these two guys that are so unreliable. And when I showed up, it'd already been playing for a while. And what did he say? He said something like Tiffany. They've been torturing my poor boy Noah the whole game. I showed up at when he was at the end of his rope. It was so funny. And again, it's just really funny because he knows what he's getting into when he goes and plays a game like that with those guys. It's just, I find that very funny, and I would love to having legit funny people in your life and having fun dynamics. And I think not that everything should be story, not everything is about story. But I think I'm very fortunate to be surrounded by people that are organically funny, so I can kind of base my some of my human writing on real people that are sincerely funny. And there's a lot of dynamics, and there's a funny mix of people too. You never know what you're gonna get. But I was really grateful for fun people. You guys last night was a blast. Combining the watching of their game. And hanging out with y'all on Discord was incredible. Everyone's so much fun. People are so much fun. Especially, people can be listen, it's not just, they can be so much fun. I gotta be honest, not every group of people is entertaining and or organic. There's a passable fun that can happen. People are all have I think a baseline level of good naturedness. I enjoy most people, strangers as well. It's fun, always fun to see meet a new person. But once you get a certain level of comfort where there's not really any fear. I know it sounds weird. Not a fear in being you don't have to watch what you're gonna say too much. You can be a little bit more annoying and a little bit more, you just let loose. That's when magic happens. And that kind of dynamic is not super, it takes a little bit of trust built and risk taking. And on one more note, let me add one more thing to this. It has to also be a group that doesn't really gossip a lot. And there's a perceived understanding that you don't have to be there's no really high bar for charisma for people to be happy with you. That sounds kind of weird, but when people are going to like you being there, whether or not you're the star of the show, is also very nice dynamic. So there's a lot to friendship that I really, and chemistry between people that I think is really fun to kind of assess. And I was really grateful for both the Brood and my college group. It's really good. I have a lot of good friends that I also like, but there's some things that are just also shared faith also helps a lot. The fact that we're all working together to improve and walk in Christ, I think, is also a big plus. We're all rooting for each other to not just to make friends, but like to root for each other to hold the course, walk the line, not fall away, you know. It's a bit more than just casual hangout, you know. I'm listening to Badger right now in case you're still listening. Maka. Two things, Maka. I hope you're still here. Before you go, I want to show you something cool that I also discovered. So first of all, counterweight point was one of the best things you ever did to help. So first of all, as I said before, you bringing up the counterweight was a huge deal to me. I love trying to have believability in things, and details like that do matter. It literally, weight of things like makes or breaks the believability of something. And I wanted to show you Check out this cool panel. So first of all, I have been adding the counterweights. I even have them throwing the weights on in some of these sequences. And we'll have more detail in that when we get to the actual... So first of all, here's a little hint. So they have what they have. You know my favorite word? These are really rough sketches, but you'll see shad is... This is really hard to see. But that's one of the weights. There are going to be like either ropes or chains with sandbags or weights on the end. But more coolly, this happened organically, by the way. There's a scene that comes up here. Let me show you. No, crap. Hang on. Is page 5 and 6. Wow, only page 5? Wow, we get right to it, huh? No. 13. Oh, I was going to say, like, really? 12 and 13. Okay, check this out. Before I'm sure you have to go, but so you have the sequence. So they're about done with the. Hey, we're about through the Emmett, and it's Clyde and Mr. Ashlock. So Emmett knocks off Osunka, jumps over the saw, and I had this really cool thing that happened. Like I didn't think of it until I'd already done it. I almost feel like I should have the. I almost feel like I should have the tree bouncing up before it goes down. So when Emmett lands on the end, it's obviously going to make a seesaw effect, right? Which will organically snap the tree because the break is, it's going to go up like this. And it's going to speed that up, right? So I thought that was a really cool aesthetic and kind of metal. Again, I don't know. I guess if he's landing, I guess the tree should be, I don't know if it would go up or not. Maybe not. But anyway, I just thought it was really cool to have his landing be a part of what is the final break in the sawing. Dude, yeah, the physics and leverage is what makes or breaks the weight of these action sequences. And unfortunately, when cooking all this up, I wasn't necessarily thinking visually about things. And so that includes the sawing. I wasn't thinking about what's going to be weighing on what. I just thought, you saw through a tree. And then you, with your vision, were like, Tiffany, how does that work? And I'll be like, oh crap, I should think about this. And there are so many things I've not thought about that the discussion with you guys has saved my bacon on making this a good series or not. Because legit, it's the little things. If it doesn't have weight, it's just, I honestly feel like when I don't think about details like that, it's the difference between the story being written by an adult and a child. Like, if you cannot account for weight and physics, you're just writing a kid's story. And it is a kid's story, I realize that, and there will be things that don't make sense. I gotta try my best. The details literally make the difference between, I think, professionalism and childish hopes for a story to make sense. And this has been so much fun. But thank you for that. The details, man. The details make or break the quality of anything. It's okay to have things be a little bit ridiculous, though it really helps to base your work on historical stuff. So, like if you're gonna write a siege, you should base it on a real siege, right? I kind of want to rewatch Kingdom of Heaven since that was a siege movie. In a couple of the latest books I've read that were like colonial time Virginia story, there was a couple sieges, but they didn't go into great detail, so it's kind of hard to, and those are fictional anyway, some of them are. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to showcase his scale by contrasting it with a bunch of other Sunka that are around. I'm torn because I think I want there to be teams, like sled teams, doing the work of Kiwaga. Because it's not like, again, I don't want there to be a lot of big Sunko. I would like this to be the exception here. I want Kutawa to be unusual. Just like, and the reason I didn't give him, the reason I particularly made him a Thorn Brood is because that would explain how Emmett's not showing up to the Thorn Brood because they're gone. So, otherwise, Emmett being this anomaly showing up to other Sunka wouldn't matter so much when he's wandering around. I was like, holy crap, he's so big. Well, if there's that many big ones. Okay, he's not that big. Yeah, the details. I'm going to try and keep an eye out, but you got to keep an eye out for me. Kanga's really been doing the heavy lifting of keeping an eye out for the details, and I've been kind of not paying attention to them quite as much as I should. I feel like I'll cross that bridge later. Like, when I start having to showcase where... like, she's asking about, like, why the sisters who are actually older than I depicted them. Basically, I drew them too small. And now they're depicted in the freaking tunnel. Tastivity is not helping me, like, at freaking all. She keeps putting characters where they shouldn't be and aging them. Maka, actually, while you're here, I'm going to take advantage of you. Hang on. Okay. Is there a reason why the girls are that old? Serious question. Can they be younger? Can I just say that they're younger? Or is there something about their timeline from when the dad passed away till the present that makes that not possible? I'm just trying to figure out why I made them so old. Gosh. So, I was doing I have not had time to think about the homework for the age. You know, remember the year time gap. So, the age in which Shadrach, like, how long has it been? Has it been like 12 years? I think the challenge is that it couldn't have been too long ago because, well, not challenge, it's a good thing. Basically, Shad had to be old enough to take care of them. So it had to be not too long ago. I would like them to be younger. I think their current ages that I have them as is just ridiculous for what they look like, and also that I put them in the tunnel, so they need to be younger than 16. If I could just pick their ages, I would like Eve to be like 10, 9 or 10. And then the other two to be like 12 and 13. Maybe 12 and 15. But I honestly like 12 and 13 would be better. So if I can get away with that, that's the ages I would go with. That makes to where they're not able to be up top. Because I already put them down there. Honestly, I wouldn't mind them being up top. I'm not like you're opposed to the growls being in there, but I already... Though it's hard to imagine the way I designed them for them to be up in the battle, I'm going to be honest. They're just not the kind of characters that you're like, they're going to do combat. Like, because the way I designed them, I just didn't make them like that. I was tempted to put the Sunka that Onawa spared in this. Assuming he was rescued by the brood, I wouldn't mind him. Maybe a part of me feels like the more noble. Here's my thoughts: the more noble or wise of the Thorns would have joined Kiwago and Kiwaga, seeing that their current brood is just decimated and filled with destruction and resentment. Or, hear me out, some of the Thorn brood, like Kutawa, upon rescuing the blood brood, the Thorn broods from the blood brood, not resented, but scorned the Sunka that had given in and I had transformed. So if one could argue, so obviously Tahatan did end up submitting. He was defeated by to Samoset, right? You could argue that the Briars are the remnants of the tortured brood, and also maybe the disgraced brood. Now you could argue most of them don't have Samoset's brood mark, and I do think what was my point about the slave mark? Like, I think the slave mark was like every one of the ones that became slaves have that mark. Is that the idea? Because that's kind of how I depicted it. But then we were discussing how the other Briars don't have it. I think my theory was you could have, a couple things to consider. Just to spice things up. Okay, so first of all, we could argue that the brood member that did not give in to Onawa's, we'll say that he never gave in. And let's argue that maybe the Tahatan and his Thorn brood were going to rescue. This is just brainstorming, by the way. To rescue the storm. No, that's a storm brood, though. Ooh, that's even more spicy. Because the superiority complex of the different broods. Because storms and thorns are. So, anyway, the thought being that of course he wouldn't join them. It takes away a little bit of my point. The original idea was I forgot that the one that Onawa had to torture was not a Briar. So that kind of takes that away. So why the heck would he join the Briars? So of course he'd join Kiwago and Kiwaga for rescuing him and also for to have a brood. And I kind of ruined my own idea because I forgot that he wasn't a Briar, a Thorn. So it takes away from it. So yeah. But I was wondering if he should be in this sequence. It's always fun to chew on why characters are in certain places and where certain ones are. So I do feel like it'd be kind of cool if the one that was in this fight. Like, why wouldn't he be? Because anytime you leave a character out, you also have to make an explanation for why they weren't there. Same thing with the paint brood. For a while there, I wasn't planning having the paint brood there. I'm like, there's no explanation. I literally can't come up with an excuse. All right. Let's see. We're gonna try to. Well, obviously, one could argue. Yes. So, he should definitely be here. Why wouldn't he be here? I definitely feel like he should be in there. It'd be a fun little Easter egg too for anyone paying attention. Why wouldn't he? I also love the idea of them going to rescue him. Ooh. There is the challenge that comes with, like, the fact that the Bloodbrood could get away with having the Mastodon's Tongan son as the, like, at the ceremony of peace. That's a bad look. And one could argue, aren't you supposed to be at peace? Well, you could also argue that it's more a piece of don't invade. That's been my justification for all this. The idea is everyone has their territory and everyone minds their business. The Bloodbrood doesn't go into Storm territory. The Storms aren't supposed to go into Bloodbrood territory. So, but once you've trespassed, it's all's fair. Like, you can't just waltz into anyone's place. Did I say Mastodon? I meant Storm. Did I say Mastodon? I meant Storm. So yeah, that's how I justify it, because otherwise you'd be like, okay, aren't they supposed to be at peace? How are they over here torturing and capturing Sunka so defiantly, especially one of such importance? And you could argue that maybe, I mean, obviously you could play around with the idea of him not being the Tonkin son. I mean, very irresponsible of him to be showing up in Blood territory. Yeah. I don't mind the idea of Sunka kind of continuing their trouble. Like they get in a mess, but the gist of the alliance is just don't go there. And if you do go there, it's your own skin at that point. But I think that's the only way I can get away with it being a truce or a peace while they're still capturing and enslaving Sunka. Wow! Best viewers! Oh my gosh! I guess I should also, speaking of spam, I should also go on Kick. Not that I think I've ever had a real viewer on Kick, so I don't even read the chat over there anymore, just because it's like, all they are is spam. Unfortunately. I thought if I was going to be a big fish in a small pond, I'd do better, but Kick's not exactly generous. As far as my hair is popping out of my headphones. Yes, I think that's the case. So much of the challenge of this chapter and all the coming chapters will be placement. Like, there has to be a sense of characters being where they're at. So a lot of maybe not as usually exciting visuals of like just the fort. I might change one thing. I go a little too intense on showing the fort on Meshach's flash scene. Like, I think here, what I think I might do is I might change this. I won't do it right now, but keep it in mind if I forget. I think we don't need, I think it'd be better to let the scene sit longer rather than re-emphasize that it's covered in Sunka. He can just say that here. And then we can have a how about instead we have a flashback to him seeing Emmett in the woods and thinking about what that would be like. Because Meshach's a pretty brave guy. Like, he was pretty chill. I said I was going to fix this later. I'm fixing it now. I have to make sure I get this right. What angle is he at? It's fine. That'll make it a better scene. It's way better than just looking at Zuko again. Emphasize what he's thinking about. Oh! A raid! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Ah! Welcome to the sketch-a-thon, everyone. I will be here until 6 today. Let me go ahead and tell you before you go what is going on here. So I am currently sketching my comic Scent. Let me give you a little sample of what the comic is like. I'll go to one of my favorite pages to try and convince you. Maybe this one. Wait, which one? Hang on. There we go. This is one of my favorite. No, not this one. This one. Okay. Before you go. Okay, before we go. Don't go yet. Okay. This is my manga-style western with werewolves and a slow burn, wholesome romance. We are currently I just finished volume 4. Volume 4, and I'm going for 6 books, so we are hitting the finale of the whole thing right now. And check out, here's a little sample of the cover of volume 4. Give you a little tease. But we got a lot of drama, a lot of action, and if you want to take a peek, here's the prologue. That's more so a get to like the characters before the story starts. And if you do want to read Scent, it is free on the internet. So this is not a sales pitch. This is a adventure pitch. Totally different. I keep looking over here because that's where the chat is, but I see you over here. Welcome to the stream. In the meantime, now that I've done pitching it, you're welcome to watch me sketch. We are, for the next week, this whole week, we are sketching the next 3 chapters of volume 5. The first 3 of the whole book. So, a lot of crap hitting the fan. Welcome, by the way, I'll by name. Thank you, Eileen Starr. Thank you. Very happy to see you. Hope you guys had a good stream. What were you cooking? Let's see. And hello, Derpy Legend. Great to have you. Welcome. But yes, thank you for coming. Let's see. The saddest dad. Great to see you. I'm sorry you're so sad. Anyone else I haven't met yet? Oh, VTuber. There's quite a few of those. That's a whole art form, the VTubing. It could have been me. You know, I learned puppet craft once. I once made a puppet that could be like synced up and moved with little animations and you know, action keys. You click the button and he does a certain thing. I don't know what ever became of him. I feel like the creator didn't know how to use him, and I just got caught up with Scent and we just never got around to letting it come into fruition as it was designed, which is a bit of a shame because I worked hard to give him all these cute little animations and stuff. It would have been really fun to have done. If I had been the creator, I would have done a few things differently to utilize it. But anyway, I know the gist of VTubing at least, so it's an art form. It is quite a craft though. People really be popping off. Do you have a link or something I could take a peek at what you were cooking? Dude, I would love a little Emmett. I briefly toyed with the idea of having a little VTuber of myself. I don't think I will. At most, I would love to have like an Emmett VTuber. But you'd have to have a voice. It can't be me. I don't have Emmett's voice. Everyone knows that Emmett's voice is everyone knows who's Jonathan Groff is Emmett's voice, and there's nothing else to be done. Well, you're making good progress, I hope. Yes, Emmett's voice was destined to be Jonathan Groff. If I ever make it in life, he will be my choice. That would be so fun. Yes, I gotta get bigger. Is 2026 the year where I finally acquire some level of visibility in the world? We'll see. I'm making zero effort to do so. I'm kind of hoping that one of you guys have like the whim. There's one guy, Jose, you've seen. He has been very proactive at his school to make that happen. So he's been more than me. I think my books are in the library now because he's been very pushy about it. I owe him a lot for that. Way more than me. I've done nothing. I've done literally nothing. But I do like that. Maybe the teachers must want to encourage reading. We're gonna blow up trust. Well, dude, once we get volume 5 is gonna be a ton of action, ton of hype, a lot of dramas coming. Things are gonna come together. So though I gotta say, now that we're here, I really feel like I want to go ahead and get my Okay, I'm trying to decide, should he be hauling the tree now? I don't think so. He's going to be carrying the rope with him. It is hard. You don't want to be annoying. Here's my idea, Eileen. By the way, you're doing a great job. What, 21 folks coming and raiding? Wow. I would be so proud if I ever had 20 viewers. So, congratulations on your successful promotion of yourself. Maybe someday. My thing is whenever I hit 10 plus, I play the popular song and I let my ego take off. The other dogs are there for scale, but they also need to be going with him. Yes, please, catch up. Look at all this happen. Things are hitting the fan. We're hitting, like, final sequence of the whole thing. From this point on, the final 2 books are literally nothing but finale. We're not jumping to backstories. We're not having this is all finale. So, this is the time to lock in. I would have been done months ago. This has been, the volume 4 was my slowest book. I'm just really glad I got done before the end of the year. For, again, my pride. Hopefully this one, I'm actually cautiously optimistic that volume 5 won't take as long. I know I was planning that it will take longer because there's a lot more stuff going on, a lot more characters. But here's the thing. Those characters are having one-on-one or one-on-two or action sequences. And the truth is, action sequences require you to have limited information on the screen. You have to just draw 1 or 2 things to clearly communicate action, which means it doesn't actually take as long as a crowd. And I have had a ton of crowd shots in Volume 4. Volume 4 was a huge setup volume. A lot of group shots, a lot of who's where and who's what and who's talking. We're all going to have discussions and I honestly think Volume 4 may be the slowest of all the books, for not just because life happened, but because of the nature of the book. I'm cautiously optimistic that Volume 5 won't take that long. Just because it's a lot more action, a lot more one-on-ones. So hopefully I will show everyone the meaning of speed when it comes to cooking. Also, Maka, did you see my new emote? I have a Discord, by the way, everybody. I shouldn't link spam, but here's the Discord if you guys are Discord folks. I just added a new little emote. Oh, there's one. The emote's on Discord, but yes, that's my one. I never learned Twitch. People always claim Eddie as an option, and it's like there's nothing that happens when you claim Eddie. I don't know why Twitch even allows things to be on there when you get nothing for it. Like, why you allow that button to be an option when I don't, it doesn't automatically happen. yeah, thank you for remembering me today. Again, Sketchathon is the best time to raid, because Sketchathons are where the fun's at. It's been a while. That's why people forget about me. That's why I've been so scarce, is because I had to get Volume 4 done. And so I couldn't even worry about any fun process arts. Alright, I think we communicated clearly what's going on here. So I'm going to go to the next page. Snooki page. We are 4 pages from finishing this first chapter. So good progress. Oh, Maka, I'm sorry. I did see you reacted to my emote. I do the salute emote all the time. So I had to make an Emmett one. I'm like, since I use this one like 99% of the time, we're just going to make a custom one. I'll miss you, Maka. I was glad you could join me a little bit this morning. And good chat, good chat. All right, where are we at? I'm sorry there's no music. That's very lame. But YouTube is very finicky. I don't even know if YouTube is worth it. But if there's even a chance of a random straggler on another platform finding me, I guess I don't want to give that up. Also, most of my people I know in real life only have YouTube, so if there has been a couple people I know who have been on. All right. Wonderful, wonderful. I look forward to seeing you on campus. The Bakugo song is about to play on in my headphones, in case anyone's wondering what I'm listening to. The Camille Bakugo. It definitely doesn't embody who Bakugo is anymore, but it's fire. Alright, carry on. Alright, okay, we got another action sequences. So when it comes to action, I have to really focus on the paneling without talking, because it's like, and the music's just in time. The fire song will work for hype action. I listen to songs with a lot of bass and anger and epicness to get me in action mode. Watch what happens. I hope this turns out well. Maybe, Maka, should I have it to where they always just, instead of finishing the cut, just... Sorry, guys. This is going to be really boring for a second, just because I'm going to be thinking about how to do this. The goal is to clearly communicate the action that is taking place, because it is a weird action. It's something that... I feel like if the action isn't weird, then you are not getting creative enough. But that also means you have to be intentional. So I want them to be finishing this... No, actually. So what they're doing, just to explain what I'm trying to render, I'm trying to showcase, so they have these trees that are landing on the fort as bridges for the werewolves to climb. And they are sawing the trees off at the top to where the obviously the tree's gonna fall. But now they have the whatever stuck on the top, and I wanted to showcase Shadrach pushing it off, but that's a bit of a mess. And also John, so Shadrach is a character in the story. He's cool. He's where is he? He's this guy. He's cool. A lot of this fight so far has been a battle of raw power, not combat, which I think is fun. I think letting it be about something else. I took a lot of inspiration from Lord of the Rings, and the Lord of the Rings does not take a lot of time with the siege. Like, there's a brief time where they're trying to keep the people off of the wall, but, like, there's not much to be done. I'm prioritizing keeping the ladders from staying, and that's, like, I hope that's fun. As long as I write it with a constant sense of urgency and cool action sequences, even though it's not, like, fighting, it should be hype. I suppose I don't really want this on loop. The song's good, but it doesn't really fit as much as I thought. I don't love this drink, but I don't hate it. Apparently it's healthy, so. It has a nice bite to it, I guess. It's kind of sour. Alright, let's get done. All right. Hopefully people understand. Again, right now the sketches are a little hard to read, but just you'll be fine. Oh! Well, that'll help. What have I been doing? That hat's way too big. He's a little too big. One thing I'm trying to get used to is making things smaller. I think I always want to make all my drawings as big as possible. But for the sense of depth and perspective, it's not the wisest thing to do. And same thing with layout for posters. I want all my posters to have like as big of art as possible. Like I have this big Lord of the Ring piece of art that I did, and and anyway, anyway, what I was saying was, sorry, I got distracted with my own drawing. And I'm kind of distracted because I'm listening to music. I have to shrink it down. So, because if you're gonna have a poster that has bleed, that so people can frame it, because people want to frame the Lord of the Rings art, and unfortunately, my art goes all the way to the end. So, the last few I've done, the poster I've done, I've shrunk it down a bit so it has a little bit of room for the bleed has been my enemy. Same thing with the pages. I have to give room for the script and the word bubbles, and for let's see, one second. All right. And that's been a big challenge, making room for things. I just want my art to be as big as possible. That's been my, like, gotta let it go, Tim. All right, let's see. Oh, did I combine 26 and 27? Because this dialogue is from page 27, and, oh, wait. Let's stick to the plan twice? Oh, okay, well, that's fine. Stick to the plan, okay? You stick to the plan. It's like it's talking to me. Tiffany, stop freaking out. Stick to the plan. It's wise for me to doubt myself, though, because past Tiffany doesn't always knock it out of the park. Okay. All right, tree falling behind him, the crash. So I'm going to read it out so y'all know what I'm trying to draw. So, show Shad and John panting as Shad kicks the top of the part of a tree. I'm having him throw it because why would he kick it if you're... Comfort. Shad, 2 trees south, 1 west. 3. Emmett looking up. Okay, it's Emmett. Shad, stick to the plan, tree falling behind him. Okay, so it's Emmett. And then the crash of the 3rd tree, 2 settlers begin to saw, looking scared. Alright. 3 is Emmett's big surprise. Ooh, it'd be good if we saw a tree coming down. Ooh, I have an idea. Sorry, guys. Sorry it's kind of slow. I gotta walk y'all through what I'm thinking. Just to make it a bit more exciting than me just staring. Like, I am thinking. I'm just trying to make sense of it. We're gonna have Emmett reacting, but we're gonna show one of the trees coming down behind him. That'll be good. One of my goals is to keep Emmett's face round. I think I keep sharpening it up for intense sequences, but that's only for really intense sequences. He's a round boy. But I don't really like how this is coming out, I'll be honest. The music I just got is good. What is the soundtrack? Oh, this is a remix for K-pop Demon Hunters. An orchestral metal cover of This Is What It Sounds Like. We broke into a million pieces and I can't go back. That's what I'm listening to. But it's a bit more hype and epic than the... Lost without the lies, this is what it sounds like. I know how I feel about it blowing in that direction. I think I'd rather blow the other way. I don't know. Ah, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, we're gonna have the... I would love to do more sound design as well. Intentional sound, like the groaning of a tree as it's falling would be cool. I don't want it to look like the tree... I know the sketch is going to look like it's just coming right for his head, but it's in the distance. It's the distance. Those characters. It'd be easier to not draw all these details in the background and just have his reaction. But then you're losing the chance to show off movement and where things are at. Oh, the mouth's too big. Doesn't fit his face. That or the mouth, the face isn't big enough. I don't know. Something's wrong. Something's... Ah! How do I feel about this? What am I doing? What am I doing to fix the problem? Ah, I'm gonna start over. Everyone stay calm. Stay calm, everyone. Smith. He's supposed to be protecting his head or covering his head from the debris, but okay, let's just one thing at a time. I'm having a hard time with this for some reason. It's too big. The goal is to give at least a spirit of chaos and energy constantly. It's hard to do without taking some effort per panel and keep everything with a rhythm to it. Again, I'm trying. I'm not saying I'm succeeding, but the effort is there. That's why I knocked over my plant. My poor plant. I have not been treating it very well. Oh, this is too rough. Ugh, this is hard. Alright, I think this is okay. Crap. Alright, it's hard to explain, but once we visualize it, it'll be better. Next, we have the crash of the third tree. Alright, I gotta do this from a perspective. Okay, so we're gonna showcase that. So they're on the wall, right? I'm gonna have to use perspective here. I think everything's about making it very easy to understand where the problems are. All right, so we got they're on the wall. Suka just dropped a tree on the west gate, the wall, which they had not done yet. So that means there are 3 trees to be taken care of. Crash the third tree. 2 sellers begin to saw, looking scared. Ooh, I could do a cool perspective thingy here. If I can figure it out. Again, the goal will be trying to do cool stuff as often as possible. Even though I didn't see the vision originally. Alright, instead I'm going to show the tree coming down. If I can. And then the crash. And then this, oh. Who's on the west wall? I also have people assigned. So, the west wall has... Where's my reference? 1 second. West wall. Where's the... I gotta go to my references for the map. Verisimilitude! It's worth it. It's worth it. Where's my map? Why is it the last thing I'm seeing? Oh, there we go. Okay, the west wall has... Borden... No, it's not Borden. It's Borden, Israel. So we got a Borden and Israel sawing team over here. So I'm just trying to figure out the best way to communicate everything going on without losing the rhythm. That's a challenge too. The tree shouldn't already have been fallen because that's not cool. Okay, here we go. Okay. First of all, we already have the tree over here. That's one tree. Okay. And then we have another one being hauled right now as we speak. Suka running. Protection. There's that one coming, and then this one is on its way. This one's going to be in the foreground. Oof. I have to get the illusion of falling, so we're going to have a lot of debris. Some motion lines. And maybe I'll showcase Tilda and Borden. I don't know. I want their... Okay, I think I'm just going to skip to the... I'm going to let people fill in the gaps with some of the stuff. I feel like adding them getting ready to solve this is too much. Alright. We have Shad and John over here. We got... Alright. We got them over here. Alright, it was on the run. Okay. Then we'll have Borden and Israel looking. We'll have to give the silhouette of them to... Okay. I'm sure this is kind of boring. Trust me, it's important to make the sequence make sense and be cool. It's not cool if you don't know what you're looking at. Clear communication. Alright, it's gonna crash. Alright, we'll have a, Should be Israel Borden. Anyone want to make a bet? A bid? I'll be Israel. Oh, what's he wearing? Gosh, I keep getting a reference. Oh, did I already design his work attire? I think I did. There it is. Hey. I'm kind of excited to have everyone in gloves. Gloves are cool. And it's justified. Gosh, I can't draw hands all of a sudden. Okay, whatever. I'll have to shrink it down. That's what we do here. We shrink things down to make room for stuff. One thing I'd like to incorporate is sawdust and pine tree leaves, pine needles. I think the more of a mess everything is, again, the more you can believe it. Hiya, baby. Welcome back. My dog has graced us with her presence. I will showcase her. Can I show her? Let's see. How can I see her? Wait, not really. Can you? There she is. There's my dog. I'm gonna give her some love. I'll take it. Hey, baby. Hey, Ginger. Oh. You want your baby Ginger? Are you a good girl? You're such a good girl. You're such a good dog. You baby. You're my baby. She's stinky though. She's all stinky. She needs a bath. She really needs a bath. Desperately. It's my fault. It's hard to give dogs baths when you're making a comic, okay? Listen, the priorities. Very stinky. I thought we just gave her one. Oh well. We'll get to it. After the sketch thought. Once the next two chapters are sketched. Alright, Tiffany, you have just a couple pages to go. Come on, lock it. Alright. And crown him Lord of all for the everlasting song. Crown him Lord of all. So I want to show how this all works. Like, so they will put down these boards that they can go out on, so they don't have to worry about balancing on the trees themselves, and then they can cut from an angle that is more advantageous. That's the idea, at least. There's a Alright, Sticky Page. This is a tough one. A lot of technical drawing here. A lot of, like, technical stuff. Giving a context to things. I think it's fun, though. I take great pride in that. I think it's really cool to have a place and setting. One Piece does this really well. One Piece, Mad Max. We're going to be drawing. So what we're drawing this page, I'll explain the page. So what we're going to have here, we're going to have, this is page 27. So we're going to show Borden and Israel beginning to saw the tree. So they're trying to saw the trees before the Sunka can use them as bridges, the werewolves to use them as bridges to get over the wall. We're going to show the 3 Sunka, that's what the werewolves are called. 3 Sunka are going to rush onto the log that Borden and Israel are currently sawing. Emmett is currently doing something else. He is on the other tree. Remember, there's 3 trees. One is for John and Shad. The other one is Ashlock and Clyde. And that's one that Emmett's dealing with. And the third one does not have any defenders. So that's what we're going to have a little bit of like, oh no, they're coming. What are they going to do? And Shad yells, keep to the plan. So they're just going to keep sawing. The Sunkers are going to be getting closer. So we're setting up a dramatic scene to build some tension. Gonna get used to drawing these saws. Alright, here that was Sunko. We're gonna have how about we show it from the blade's perspective? So we know that we're in the same place. Again, the goals is to make a sense of location to everything. Alright, now that we've got the scene going a little bit, we'll have we'll get the illusion of motion will be the key here, trying to give off this illusion of heft and movement. Alright, now that we've gotten that set up, we're going to try and get the illusion of the tree going down. Okay, it's not that big of a tree. Let's not make it that wide. Alright. Okay, alright. Alright. Sorry y'all are hearing a bit more of a technical scene. This stuff again is so important, but it's not exactly the most exciting thing to watch. But without it, you know, you lose the magic. You don't want to lose the magic. I'm listening to The Last Resort. I can't go on. Oh no, they ain't coming. Alright, once again, Alright, come on. Oh, whatever. Okay, it's fine. I'll just adapt accordingly. Again, I'm wanting everyone to be covered in sawdust by the end of this. That'll be a fun detail. I'm trying to think of how to give this illusion correctly. I think his hands could be bigger and further away. I'm trying to push things. Everything has to be bigger. All right, so we have keep the plan. They keep sawing, and on his own tree, looking to. I guess I should show. I gotta show Emmett somewhere else. He's not with the. Alright, let's do this. Alright, that gives me more work to do, but I think we gotta communicate these things. So we're gonna show them continuing to saw. We're gonna have an above shot here to really hammer it home. Crap. Okay, I'll show where they're at. Come on. Did I really put those on the same layer? I'm such a dummy. Ah, this angle's bad. I gotta communicate. You have to convey there's 3. Why I said 3, I don't know. But that's all right. Okay, I'll keep shrinking it until I... Alright, Sugi page. 2 to go before the chapter ends. Okay. This should be pretty cool. References. Where's my map? Okay. Okay, let's just... Oh, this is hard. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. This is so... Here's what we're going to visualize. The 3 Sunka are going to get shot. They're all going to be shot from different angles, at least from 2 different angles. The 2 towers are the defense, right? So so we have to take into account who's hitting who and what the angle will be. So there'll be one from above. There's 1 shot. Let's just do the heads. That's 1 shot. That one, and then that one will be... Okay. Welcome back, Mock. I missed you. All right. So kind of fun that Israel's wife will be the first one to take out the Sunka coming for his lady, for him. Stole the hero, the rebel he reigns with the sun. Hallelujah. That's one shot. I don't like this. Hallelujah. Amen. I'm I'm struggling here. This was tough. Well, let's just get the illusion. So if that was shot from here. Thanks, you guys, for. I know I'm going to jinx it now, but thanks for sticking around. It's nice to have a nice little group here. Oh, come on. Where is that layer? Right at the top. Why? Okay, fine. Great to have you, Aline. Thank you. I know these are kind of rough to see, but it's something cool. It's going to be cool. I have to wait a little bit before we... I want to get back on my usual pace. I used to get a chapter done a month. I think I got delayed by a few events that really threw me off for a bit. But there's no excuses. That doesn't mean I can't get back to that schedule. Okay, I'm pretty excited about this. This looks pretty good. Now a second. Let me add to the conversation. I gotta show off how pretty it is outside. I'll let you guys see it. There. Isn't it nice? Look how pretty it is outside. Pretty. I love the light coming through these autumn trees. Alright, back to... Yeah. I'm listening to Ed Sheeran. Shivers. I'm listening to Shivers. Alright, carrying on. Next panel. That one took a while. Sync reaction. Well, let's see. Okay, who am I drawing here? I think what I'll do instead... I'm currently listening to Soft Fuzzy Man, which is the song of the century. I used to dance to Soft Fuzzy Man every time I finished a page. How about every time I finish a chapter, I'll dance? Just bring it back. We're about one page. After this one, we'll have one page. Okay, so it will be Israel's wife that did the shot. It's just to be one of them. Where's her reference? Okay, she has a... I'm currently listening to the song. I'm listening to "Prevail" by Heart. I Prevail, Heart versus Mind. This is the song that I had all my vision for Prairie Rose in, like all the action sequences and stuff. I actually remember listening to it and like squealing with glee over what was coming to me as I was listening to it. You never know what's going to be the right song to get you in the right mood. Okay, let me go find a reference of Mrs. Roundtree. It's her name. It should be page 34, probably be. There she is. Miss Roundtree, you're doing great, honey. I know it's stressful, but you're doing your best. She'll probably have her hair back. I'll figure out what she's wearing later, but... Gonna have to get used to this kind of drawing characters with guns. It's gonna be hard. I'm not quite the best at it. So it's her Till's sister. We have a reference to this. Where are the Tiller's sister? Yeah, there she is. Ooh. I think she's in... We have a reference for her. Where would I put her? Where do I put these references? Oh, there they are. Good. Okay, I already drew them together. Okay, let's see. I keep having to go to my reference sheet. Okay, I'm gonna have to open this up and leave it up. I got all these characters. I gotta figure out who they are. All right, this is her. All right. Crap, what is she wearing? Okay, she's wearing a... She should be pouring gunpowder in. Okay, and then it's one of the brothers, right? Tiller's bro. Oh, who's his bro? What's Tiller has a brother? Where's he at? Tiller has a brother? Oh, there he is. I gotta get my reference up. Doggone it. I accidentally left the... I kind of feel like I shouldn't have her reloading the gun because it just happened. Like, she's already reloading, I guess, but like. Hello, Kit. Look at this fun page. Action! Dramatics! Dude, listen, Kit. You gotta take your W's. It's either the thing dies or your buddies are dead. I think, honestly, celebrating successful defense is okay. I see why you would say that, but I actually wanted to contrast, because I think dudes in combat, I think the idea of guys, like, celebrating, I mean, obviously, there's some gravity to it, so maybe a fair point, but I definitely wanted to mix it up. I just want to have different personalities. I think some dudes, like, it's life or death, so you can't be sad about everything when it comes to doing a good thing, saving your folks' lives. I can take on it. I mean, Shadrach has had some smug grins about killing some Sunga so far, so. But I think it's interesting you noted that, because that was something I distinctly made a point to showcase. Who? That is Tiller's brother. He's in the background of he's this guy. Well, here's a little bit of ponytail. Oh, the Sunka. This one here is a new character. Who's a new guy. He's the one other big one. Sorry. He's a new big one. I needed one more muscle Sunka so that there could be some range. I don't want a lot of big ones. Oh, crap. But I definitely wanted one more at least to be able to spread out while to add some more places of conflict. Why? Because you have to ask, like, why would they? I almost hesitate to do so, just because it might be better to have them have to work in groups instead. That way, there's just less Big Sunka to contrast Emmett. But it's a little late. I've already done it. The fact that Tatan this was already there, I feel like it's okay. Yes, he was not in the. He's a Thor. He's not a Briar. He's a Thor. So he was with he was not captured initially by the Bloodbrood, and he was not involved in that whole thing. I mean, he was involved in the rescue, but he was not. He's with the current Thunders, I think is what they're called. One could argue he wasn't there. That's what I'm going to say. He wasn't there. Remember, we can argue that maybe they were off. Maybe that's a series of unfortunate events. Like, not only were so, as you know, Tatan wasn't there for the Mountain Men because he was in jail. And maybe a lot of the warriors of the Thorn Brood. Remember, a lot of the Thorns were missing, partially because they were the Blood Brood, but also maybe they were with the rescue mission as well. So there's a lot of setup for why the humans were able to outmatch the Sunka in that scenario, because most of the warriors were on a rescue quest to save the Briars that were with the. So one could argue that would be it. Actually, I like that idea. I hope that works timeline wise. I like the idea of that, because as we know, most of the warriors are still around, right? So. And the explanation was they weren't there. A lot of them were, yeah, so. Yeah, well, you can imagine that's Israel's wife, so you can imagine if she had missed. Like, of course, it's very stressful. And So, because Israel was the one in harm's way at that moment, so she's the one. She's his guardian angel at the moment. Just don't miss. No pressure. Alright, Sugi page. We finally finished. This one was a doozy of a page. I'm proud of it though. It's a good page. It's a good page. This is the last page of the chapter. We're gonna finish chapter 42. Let's go. Alright, next page. Yeah, exit out some pages. I do not need the fonts right now. Why was the fonts up? What the heck is fonts gonna do for me? We're not doing that right now. I will make a box set for once I finish volume 6. There's 6 books total. And there will be a hardback, cool version of it made. I'm not sure where I'm gonna be at that point, how I'm gonna afford it, but okay, here's the rating of the page 29, last page of the chapter. This time for Rashan. He comes forward with another tree. Shad and John finishing up, making their way back on the wall. Emmett still on the tree, not sawed yet. There's a lot to this page. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm overwhelmed. Maybe I should cut some stuff out. Shad and John finishing up, making their way back on the wall. Emmett still on his tree, not sawed yet, knocking off another Suka. Okay. Kutawa begins to haul, defended by the shields. Let me see where that leads to. Gorman, I haven't done a lot of stuff. Yes, a box would be really cool. A box that would be. I would want it to be like a little set, a fort. Imagine if it was just a bunch of logs. That'd be cute. If we were really creative, we could make a box that you could then pop up the little towers, like a little. I would, if only I was successful, that I could come up with fun merch. Oh, I love little figure of Mercy Settlement. This is tough. Okay, I'm gonna do. Okay, we gotta figure things out. So we're gonna have him hauling in the foreground, showing that he's hauling a new tree. That's a lot I have to communicate. Oh my gosh. Gosh, how are we gonna do this? I'm listening to the song End of All Hope. Appropriate. Okay, what am I doing? Okay, this panel will be them rushing on and him hauling the tree. Sorry, guys. I realize the stream gets boring when I'm thinking. All I can do is think out loud to make it more exciting because I'm just sitting here pondering where things are and who's going to be doing what. Okay, so this is going to show the four Morsuka getting on the tree. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Israel and Borden are just not that fast. They speed up. Sometimes you just gotta bite the bullet and render and not think too much about it. Don't think, do. Alright, and we'll do that really small in the background while he circles around. One thing I'd like to get better is letting things be big and small. Letting things get really small and letting the foreground be really big so you have this perspective. Except now that they're too far. Crap. Crap. This is hard. They brought in a wall tech, didn't they? What do you mean? The thing on their back is, so I drew this out before. Yeah, if you're looking through the panels, you'll see so here's what we're looking at. Hopefully this will be conveyed clearly in the comic. So it's the trees are strapped to the larger Zuka that haul it, and this is Kiwago and Kiwaga, and there's a defender wall, like a shield holder, and basically they'll lodge the tree in the ground, and then it hauls up, and so the thing they're carrying, some of them are carrying on their back, is the shield. Well, how about this instead, kid? How about they learned from Fort Styx? Everyone learned something. So not only did the Suka learn how to better advance, but we could argue Shadrach designed a fort that is a little easier to defend as well, based on his setup. He made the walls taller and also set up the sawing stations, and there's a whole system, right? So everyone's learning. It's not the same thing as Fort Styx, just everyone's a bit more informed. I convey a lot in less, right? I want to communicate. If people can look, they'll. Okay, comes forward with a. Okay, 4 more rush on. Okay, we've done that one page. Okay, 4 more rush on. He comes forward with another tree. Shad and John finishing up, making their way back to the wall. Emmett's still in this tree, not sawed yet. Emmett, they're all pacing us. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I guess we can do it. Let's see how it goes. Okay, we gotta do. This is gonna be tough. I gotta communicate a lot of things all at once. I'll have to have him hauling the tree. Oh my gosh, it's gotta be really small. When in doubt, go smaller. That's all I've always said. Crap. This is so hard. I'm listening to good music for this. I think I'm listening to Ghost. Oh, I'm also Dark Chest of Wonders. Can't go wrong with Dark Chest of Wonders. It's such a banger. We are so close to getting this chapter done. Woo! Baka, you're back! I'm trying to showcase some really complicated stuff, so that's why I have to go small. Scale and all of that. Alright, so now I have Shandron finishing up, making the way to the back of the wall. No! Oh. Oh, Dark Chest of Wonder stopped. Sad. Such a good song. What am I? What layer am I on? What the heck? How do I switch layers? Was I drawing something? Everyone stay calm. That's fine. Now here's the thing. You could argue it would be smarter for John and Shad to be separate and spread the strength out. Here's the idea. A little bit slower for everybody versus just getting certain ones out of the way as quickly as possible. I don't know. I'm not a weapons strategist here. I'm not a war strategist here, so. And we're designing it this way because that's how it's gone down. Maybe past Tiffany was an idiot. Maybe she should have done things differently, but this is how we've committed to. It was still in his tree, not sawed yet. You make it. All right. Whoops. Small drawings this page, just because I got a lot to communicate with very little room. Almost off this page, almost. What's this final page? Kua begins to haul, defended by shield. How do I run to this? Alright, wish me luck. This one's gonna be tough. The challenge is not necessarily to draw, it's to communicate what you're looking at. I'm gonna trust I can do this. If that means making it smaller and smaller, that's fine. Hope you're enjoying it. Hope you're enjoying it. Alright, hopefully this will be... Alright, that's the end of chapter 42. It's not... I don't really like that Katawa is getting cropped a little bit too much. Maybe I'll shrink it down. Yeah, maybe I'll make her. I don't want to lose this model. I don't remember writing that. That's funny. All right. Shall we begin chapter 43? Yes, we shall. I was going to do a dance when we finish chapter 42. 43. Here we go. Wait. Page 2. Where's 1? Oh, I was going to say, like, why is the first thing page 2? That's confusing. All right. The only problem is YouTube. Oh, hello! Hi, coffee. Thank you. Didn't see you there. I have not been efficiently checking my YouTube chat. It's just kind of scarce, you know, but they are there. Okay. How do we start the chapter 43? I don't want to hang up on YouTube, but if I play music, I'm going to get in trouble with YouTube. Okay, so here's how we're describing the beginning of chapter 43. The four Sunka are getting closer. 2 men sawing, which would be Israel and Borden, are straining. Shad's dialogue in the background. I think I know what that references. Show the marksmen getting hand their guns. Kiwaga heaving. Kutawa heaving. There's a lot of action. All right, so we're setting the stage. We're having a build up of yay. All right. All right. Another Forsuka getting closer. You know what? I'm gonna go get food. It is 1:30 and I have not consumed any calories since breakfast. I'm gonna go consume some breakfast calories. Not a single one. You better be gone when I get back. Okay. If I have less than 13 people here, I'm gonna have to throw something. Don't go anywhere. Hold the line. Okay. Or I could just risk it with the songs on YouTube and just not close it. I will see. Right now, I'm hungry. I'm gonna go get some diddles. Question is, am I taking my phone with me? No. We'll leave you there. You just look at the nothing. There's still tomorrow again, sorrow. I hope you Hey, might be good for you. noted. I don't know if I'm in yet. I've not actually applied yet, but it's an idea. I wanted to go up north a little bit more. All right. I'll be back later. I love you. Hello. I'm back. Where are the other 4 people? We need 4 more people to get back to where we once were. Doesn't matter if we're here. Sorry. Hold. Can you believe? I said we had to. I wanted 3 people, 13 people when I got back. And look what's happened. Look what's happened. I took too long. I should have been faster. All right. 43 verse. Let's see if anyone's on YouTube. Coffee sounds nice. Well, first let's get this dialogue from chapter 41. Man. I thought I'd already done that, but I guess I didn't. I'm going to take the risk. I'm not going to take any risk. What am I talking about? We're going to night wish this, okay? So we're going to do that by